Oh wow. We are 8 minutes into the stream, and we are already at 95% of the thermal threshold for this laptop. Um, so that's fun. That's good. Good stuff. Good stuff right there. Jeez. Okay, so we. Oh God, this is loud. Why so loud? Terrifying. Okay, tonight we have something a little new, something a little different. Um, and I'm still getting all my stuff put together here and booted up, so my apologies. But I I really like doing the story time stuff, and I love the transhumanism and futurism stuff. It's very important and near and dear to my heart and my family because most of us are kind of stuck with bodies that are destroying us. And the concept of being able to escape that means a lot. Like any representation at all. And beep 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 beep. Oh, hey there, Dan. Um, it's uh, if I could be the green glow dog on the internet, just the AI in your phone, I would have a few things to like sort out beforehand, but it would not really be that big a question for me to just be like, all right, I'm I'm leaving the mortal plane and moving to the digital. Tonight's story is going to be about, as far as my understanding, and I haven't played it myself, but a model of droid that is, for all intents and purposes, a human-facing model, one that is designed to integrate with humans and perform tasks alongside humans while looking relatively human. And their existence is very piecemeal and temporary. An individual consciousness may wake for a job that occurs in, like, say, the Antarctic, and they exist for 6 months out of the year when no humans can there, and they do work and then they get shut down. And then whether or not that same consciousness gets parked back in that same frame is completely up to chance. That's my understanding of the way that this works. And so, what if your body was just a rental? What if you only got it for a little while, and then it's somebody else's turn? That's kind of what we're looking at tonight. Let's go ahead and boot this up here. Make sure we got everything in the right spot. Okay. Ooh. Spooky. Alright, and it looks like we got an ad that's about to start, so we're gonna hold off. But I'm excited for this. Wait, is it just starting the game? No, 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 no. Is this just the intro video? I think it just started the game. Yeah, yeah, it just started it. Okay. Well, I guess we'll wander around. Ad starts in 4 minutes, so folks will get a chance to at least get a look before we go to that point. I have no idea how to control this. I love these little blade legs. They're cool. Alright, so it's WASD. Hello? Oh. Oh, I also need to change the title on this one. One sec. So this game is called Signalis, and Nico bought me a copy of this, and I wanted to just say thank you. I super appreciate the opportunity to get to play this. This looks like it's going to be very spooky, very entertaining, and very thought-provoking. So I'm here for this. I hope it's not too much, and I hope that I don't have to like bail on it because of feels or whatever else. That was kind of like the main concern that Nico had, and it's hard for me to say. Technically it's a horror story to me because of the whole thing of having your consciousness shuffled away from your body and not having control over that. But that isn't to say that it would be to a non-plural, singular organic being.
The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened.
Okay. Ooh. We got another door over here. What is happening? We got doors everywhere. I haven't begun to memorize. Let's see here. Ready weapon, right mouse button. Fire weapon, left mouse button. Tune radio. Reload, use tool. Map, inventory, modules. Okay, let's check this out then. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Oh. Huh. Wonder why I can't do anything with that. Ugh. I am running a little rough. Okay, so it looks like we've got about 50 seconds before the ad break runs, so we'll just kind of chill out here for a moment, and I'll do a little recap. I just got done with I just got done with 2064 read-only memories in our last story time stream, and that story uh kind of hit me by the heartstrings in a lot of ways. Like, I don't know if I will ever go through and play Cyberpunk 2077. Um, I don't own a copy, and I know that it's still prohibitively expensive, and it's going to be quite some time before it's not. But the other side of that being, I don't want to play games that make you work with the cops. I don't care if they're privatized corporations or private eyes or whatever. They're still freaking cops. I don't want to play a game that glorifies that. That shit's broken. Sorry for swearing, by the way, folks, right off the bat. But yeah, society a little bit broken, and we're about to play a game that's kind of about society a little bit broken. And that last game we played was about society a little bit broken. There might be a running theme here, and I don't know. It's I'm looking for more good stories like this. Oh, speaking of, I just a little bit. I got another game today, and I'm looking forward to it as a silly offbeat palate cleanser for later, especially if we hit a point where we don't want to necessarily quit on this, but things are stressful. The folks that created the Endless series, so Endless Dungeon, Dungeon of the Endless, Endless Space, Endless, I think, Fantasy or something like that. Um, whole universe of theoretical um at a place where you've got future tech of a race that advanced beyond the mortal plane, but left behind bits and pieces of what they were working on as they got to that point. Like, they didn't completely clean up. And so other civilizations kind of try and scrabble to collect those things and advance themselves because it places them tens of thousands of years ahead of the others. And I love it. Love that concept. Really neat stuff. Around the time that Risk of Rain 1 came out, there was also Dungeon of the Endless, which used a very similar pixel art style that I absolutely loved, and the same kind of we're gonna make a bunch of characters and items and whatnot that are direct references to other games in an era where that hadn't yet become the standard, let alone a faux pas like it is now. And I think now they're just kind of like leaning into it too with the new game that they're releasing. But they're basically redoing the original Dungeon of the Endless to be Endless Dungeon. And it's going to be a multiplayer co-op deal that's kind of a tower defense game, kind of a roguelike, kind of a mini city builder, kind of a MOBA against the computer. I've played it a couple times on the stream before, I believe, and so like if you folks are interested, you can easily go look that one back up. Oh no, you can't, not until I get the VODs up. Snap, I need to do a VOD channel. Okay, well that officially marks that one as necessity. Ah, I'm a little fractured. I did not get enough like cooling and water yesterday and really beat the tar out of my body, and today it is definitely fighting back. Okay, looks like we got the rest of our crowd here. Let's go ahead and jump in. Let's go south. Oh. Okay, so our cursor lights up when it's moving. Does it stay lit? No, it doesn't stay lit if it's on an active, useful thing. But it does give you a cursor if... Okay. So, yeah, frozen tundra. I do believe this is actually about Antarctica.
Faded photograph is stuck to the LDAM controls. Pick up photograph? Yes. Picked up photograph. The landing and docking assist monitor. It is of no use to me now. Report controls panel. There's been a critical system failure due to the hard landing. The ship crashed in an icy landscape. Okay, so this entire time it looks like I could have been clicking on stuff around me. I'm going to have to start doing so because there is no notification whatsoever that there's a thing there. And this means I'm going to miss stuff. And that's part of the design of this style of game. But like point and click adventures of the Sierra era were definitely influential in my understanding of think outside the box storytelling. Okay. The ship's control panel. Judging from the readout, there is no chance it'll ever fly again. Uh-oh. Oh. Wait. The starboard controls panel. The controls aren't responding to any input. Probably an electrical failure. Okay. What about down here? The ship's control panel. It's a lost cause. These seats are really cool. The fact that this is like not 3D, but it is 3D. Oh, I love this. How much of this is rendered this way? At first I thought I was hearing Lester's servos. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else we can... Oh. Nope, 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 nope. Is there anything else that I can see back here? So we needed to grab that photo, it looks like. Alright, Lester. What else we got? I see flashing red light to the left. Let's avoid that one. The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. Okay. I don't want to go in the flashy room. Uplands, Raumfahrzeug, Type Penrose. Penrose type vessel field operations manual. Penrose-type vessels of the Houston People's Navy are low-cost space exploration vessels deployed beyond the solar system's edge in search for planets and moons fit for habitation or rich in natural resources to support the continuous growth of our great nation. Ugh. Okay. All Penrose vessels are piloted by a Gestalt scout officer, supported by a land survey ship technician replica, Lester. Land survey ship technician replica, Lester. Okay. This partner system of Gestalt replica cooperation has proved successful in countless and previous scout operations. Mutual control and support allow both the Gestalt officer and the technician replica to perform at their optimal capacity. Once the vessel is catapulted towards the edge of our solar system by an orbital mass driver, the pilot may adjust the course in the flight deck, while the replica will take care of mechanical maintenance of the vessel. So we're a ship's technician and survey scout. So where is our officer, who I'm assuming is a human? Also, we need to alt tab here and look up the word. Organized whole is perceived as more than sum of its part. Well, that doesn't help at all. Singular noun. In psychology, a gestalt is something that has particular qualities when you consider it as a whole, which are not obvious when you consider only the separate parts of it. What is an example? An example of Gestalt psychology in everyday life is the way people complete jigsaw puzzles. Rather than looking at each piece as an individual unit, they form meaningful relationships between the pieces to see the big picture more quickly and efficiently. When it comes to Gestalt thinking, the whole is greater than all of its parts. Thinkers will see the whole picture as more important than the individual pieces or components. Instead of learning one at a time, they learn in chunks called Gestalts. As a result, they also learn language in chunks. 2.5D. Yeah, I like it. Land survey ship technician. Okay. No! What? Stop! What is... what's this thing? It glows. No, I don't care about the rest of this. Okay, fine. The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. Oh. We crashed. Okay. Alright, so we got some Dino Crisis style movement and cameras. Oh, I need to also put my... There we go. Alright, what do we find here? Uh-oh. Smear diary page. Woke up from cryo, an empty mess hall. I was wondering. Elster's looking out. Flight deck, like some lost in thought. Sometimes I feel like is home. I would hope you wouldn't wake up from cryo sleep in an empty mess hall. Does that mean that like it takes a moment for a person to come out of cryo sleep? Is that blood? Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to mess with that just yet. Diagnostic systems for the cryogenic capsule. So some of the stuff does give you, like, the... Important objects and items are highlighted with a white box when in range. Running will make Elster more noticeable to enemies. Oh, you can run. In addition to a weapon, Elster can equip a tool to use on the move. To aim a weapon, press and hold the right mouse. Movement is slower while aiming. When aiming at an enemy, a targeting box will appear around it. Finishing enemies, health, healing items, saving. We're not going to look at any of this yet because it's not... I don't... Ow! I don't want to know just yet. Ow! Press tab to open inventory. You can see current health and held items. Inventory space is a precious resource. Hellster can only carry 6 item stacks at a time. Always make certain you have enough space to pick up important items. I want to point out from a game dev perspective, they've made a very, very concentrated effort to not use a pronoun to refer to this individual. They don't say it or they or she or he. They don't use any referring pronouns whatsoever. They just say Elster's name. That is also a thing that certain individuals like want or need, but to assign that to an entire species, I would hope that they had some choice in it, but I guarantee they didn't. Nope. No idea. So if I walk back in here then, clicking on stuff doesn't seem to do anything here. The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. A blue key card. No! Go back! Go back! Running consists of stride harder. Alright. Lester RLM. Repaired her logic module. Lester features Repair Logic Module. Serving on Great Nation as ship technicians aboard the scout vessels of the Penrose program, Lester-type replicas like yourself are equipped with a specialized Repair Logic Module, RLM, allowing them to quickly and easily repair both themselves and important mission equipment. Accessing the RLM functions, enter the inventory screen by pressing Tab. Select the item to repair with A/D. Press F to open the command menu. Press Combine to enter Combine mode. While in Combine mode, select a second item to repair. Press F again to combine both items. To repair damage to the replica body, select a suitable repair item and simply choose the Use item from the command menu. Sometimes it can be helpful to take a good look at an object from all sides. Press the Inspect button in the command menu to enter Inspect mode. While in Inspect mode, use WASD to rotate the item to look at it from all sides. Is my phone going off? It is. My apologies. Is that charged yet? Also, dang, she sounds like an old CRT. Like, not... Her computer don't sound too healthy right now. Hey! It is important to look at things in the back. Okay, so we've got a sequence. We'll look at that. And what's up over here? Penrose 512. Status, critical system failure detected. Location, unknown planetary surface. Crew status, A, Young. Gestalt pilot, no signal. Lester 512, replica unit, active, mess hall. Hard landing on surface has damaged critical systems. Warning, surface temperature critically low. Wear protective clothing during AVA. I'm assuming extra vehicle activity, but... AVA? AVA. What is AVA? Oh, okay. I guess I didn't need to read that myself. Pick up adhesive tape? You know it. Picked up adhesive tape. Okay. lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. Achtung. Okay, that's a bunch of symbols. So we have all the outside edges plus the middle, blank nothingness, Alpha quarter to the west, Bravo quarter to the right, attention, decompression. Oh. The suit has been removed from the case. Concerning. There's an Ava suit in the case. Penrose, airlock controls locked. Insert key card. Okay, can't do that. No. Okay. So do I have to go back to where the pilot is being stowed? I'm gonna double check some more stuff now that I have a better idea of how to pilot things. Okay, that's a no. The lock is defective. It cannot be opened. A lot of these are a plus pattern. Interesting. Okay. So let's see what happens here. Does this mean that it opens the room for the airlock suits? Are you only able to give one command to the computer at a time? There's an Ava suit in the case. Yes, I'm aware. How do button? Okay, so that wasn't it. Lester is kind of loud. Ah, yes, let's just force this open real quick. Two pieces of a key snapped in half lie inside the cryogenic pod. Oh no. Yes. Picked up airlock key. Okay. A magnetic keycard that allows access to Penrose's airlock controls. It's been mended with tape. Alright, but it's covered in blood. What happened? Somebody set up us the bomb! Okay, before I go further, is there anywhere else I can go downstairs? The lock is defective. It cannot be opened. The lock isn't defective, Lester. Also, sits in the belly of the ship just under the cockpit. Interesting. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. I'm still getting used to the control scheme here. Completely different game. Use. I cannot use this here. The magnetic strip is lined up perfectly, so it should work again. I guess that a Lester would be able to see the magnetic field on that. Used airlock key. Use airlock key. Used airlock key. Airlock use authorized. Oh, the suit. Okay. You know, that makes sense. You'd have to get, like, pre-authorization to even be able to leave. Also, that outfit is really cute. A game by Rose Engine. Whoa. There's like a gateway out there? What are we looking at? Oh, we're in first person. Okay, I tapped once and Lester started walking. Oh, I can't check my inventory or anything. I can look around though. My map is unavailable. Well, that's ominous. What if you crashed into a planet and just found a hole in the ground? Young, are you here? Young, I know. Young! There's a strange hole leading deep into the ground. There's a faint light glowing in the deep. Crawl into the hole? You know it. Alright. Oh, well now. Okay, we've officially hit horror game status. This'll be interesting. Where to look first? There's so much. Let's see. The national flag. So it's the same nation that sent the Lester out. Faded text on the walls. I cannot make out what it used to say. Dark pictures of a coastline and an island. Are they photographs? Textbooks on radio operation. They look old and worn. Old Imperial cereals. I'm pretty sure these are banned. I'm gonna click on every one of these until you let me do something. Okay, I guess not. I'm looking around there. What's this? 440. And it's in Hiragana? It is in hiragana. Why is half the language in Japanese and half of it in German? Well, a third, and a third, because, like, we're also finding stuff in English, and I'm not certain if that's localization or what. A radio transmitter. It seems to be connected to the computer. An old wooden wardrobe. Power. The computer screen is blank. Yeah, no duh. Okay. Wait a second. Can I look around at all? There we go. An ancient-looking tome is lying on the table. It feels like it's calling to me. Pick up. No way. No way. All right. Pick up the king in yellow. Picked up the king in yellow. All right. That defines it. We are now officially in a horror game. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please hang up and try your call again later. Your call could not be completed as dialed. Please hang up and try your call again later. Your call could not be completed as dialed. Please hang up and try your call again later. Warning. Warning. Oh no. 39486. 39486. 39486. Oh, I'm missing so much here. I'm looking for something to write on. It's too much. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I need a thing to write on. No. No. Great holes secretly are digged where Earth's pores ought to suffice. And things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. Hello? Hello? Remember our promise. Lester, you good? Wake up. What the hell was that? Chapter 1. Synchronization. Hey, bud. You okay? When did... What if the body that you logged into last was in the middle of some serious stuff? And then the second that, like, you managed to fix something and reconnect the systems, they ripped you from your body, and you don't know what gets to happen to that body? What if you just woke up in a random subway, in a random bathroom? You don't know who you are? You don't know where you were? You don't know what you were doing? I came all the way here to find her. There's no turning back now. A photograph taken on self-developing film. Despite the damage, Alina's show can still be seen on it. It looks like the pigment was damaged by time and exposure to the elements. Okay, so there's no way for me to, like, look at what's actually written on the corner there. So we don't get to even look back at that memory either. Just that's it. I'm gonna actually have to like go watch my own VOD to see what I just missed and what text I just missed. I did actually manage to find my whiteboard, but not until like I saw that her freaking face was peeling. Their face was peeling off. Uh, Also, I appear to have thrown my lighter in the rush to go find the whiteboard. There it is. I'm looking forward to this, but I'm also like anxious because I don't do horror games all that well. They get to me. You folks have heard me yelp just playing Diablo. Okay. Well, bathroom. 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 Bathroom stalls in various states of disrepair. Okay. First thing that you need to figure out who and where you are is read the news. See what year it is. S23 Sierpinski. Welcome to S23 Sierpinski. You've been selected or have elected to be relocated by Aeon to S23 Sierpinski. Located on Lang at the frontier of the solar system, S23 Sierpinski is the perfect place for a new beginning. At our prestigious vocational school facility, you will learn new skills to help shape your future as a productive citizen of our wonderful nation. Here you'll learn all about mineral extraction, ore refinement, and munitions production, helping the war effort against the remnants of the Empire. And of course, learning is not just about theory. Aeon lets you earn your share while practicing your new craft right at the workplace. Concerned about your family, friends, former colleagues? Ask a protector about our ration sharing plan. A portion of your ration marks will be sent to a beneficiary of your choice. The lock is defective. This door cannot be opened. Need key. It's locked. I need to get a visitor pass from reception first. There's a key card with a note taped on the window of reception. Due to staff shortage, report new arrivals at classroom 4C Northeast. Pick up receptionist key? Yes. Picked up receptionist key. Let's take a look at that. A magnetic key card that was taped to the reception window. Visitor pass for Aeon Facility S23 Sierpinski. The surface access lift. I don't need to go back. Okay. Youth receptionist key. Something happened there. Need key. It's locked. It requires a key. Oh, okay. Apparently that door ate the key. That key is gone now. Can't hurt me anymore. The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. Hey there, Milky Taro. We have a camera watching us. A surveillance camera. Is someone watching? Think unreadable. The rule of 6. Remember the rule of 6. Never carry more than 6 items. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Also, I just love the noises that we've gotten there. Private property is a privilege. Keep your pockets empty and your bag light. Hate that. What's over here? Nope. The lock is defective. I don't think the lock is defective, Lester. A dead Eula unit. She's in a horrible state. Infected-looking biocomponents are bulging out of her damaged shell. What happened to her that would cause this? Concerning. Um. Oh, okay. This game. They're making some choices. F-29. Service request form F-29. Data filing service request form 84214. Full protector ID of unit filing request Euler S2309 replica. Status staff department. Full protector ID of unit processing request ARAR. So the Euler died. The Euler that died, or a Euler that died, was making a service request for an ARAR or ARAR unit. We'll have to look into this. But it appears that the different replicas are having some problems. Service object. Mon and Doctor High Security Wall Safe numeric keypad. Location of object. Classroom 4B. The wall safe in Classroom 4 Bravo keeps resetting to the default combination. What's the point of the whole radio code broadcasting system if our safe can only be opened with the code in the manual? Radio code broadcasting system. Q and E do not yet adjust the radio. Okay. Memorandum, wall safe codes. It has come to my attention that at least one worker may be aware of the code broadcasting frequencies for the protector wall safes. Any workers connected to this leak are to be interrogated until the culprit is found. I'm restricting all radio privileges for workers until further notice. Concerning. Keep records. Protocol everything. Remember, if you didn't write it down, it never happened. Get the right forms from administration and save your files frequently. This is a different hall. And this door wasn't accessible. The lock is defective. Okay. We're walking sideways through stuff. No running in the hallways. Be mindful of your neighbors. Everyone can hear you run. That's a fun way to hint at that if you didn't read the tutorial stuff. Okay, so we don't know this yet, but we will. Okay, so there's a safe over here that we have access to eventually. Okay. A Lester. Hello. An Alistair unit? You should leave this place. This facility is lost. Turn back before it's too late. I'm looking for this woman. Have you seen have you seen her? I don't know her, but she might be one of the workers. All Gestalt workers were sent to the mine below the facility. When she's still alive, she's probably down there. There's an access elevator to the mine shaft one level below, but you'll need an administrator's key to use it. Star, how do I help you? I'll be out of here as soon as this repair patch stops my bleeding. You should get out of here too. I don't know who that woman is, but she's probably dead by now. If you still want to go, good luck. Pick up a protector key. Yep, picked up protector key. Heck yeah. Okay. It's locked. Classroom key required. Hmm. A dead Eula unit. Why was she abandoned here? An aperture card microfilm reader. If I had an aperture card, I could view its contents here. That sounds handy. No! A mirror. And a thing. What did we find here? A simple first aid kit. I can't use any of these since they're not designed for replicas. But you're looking for a human. Take it for the human. Uh, I want to read the thing. I want to read the thing. I want to read the thing. Oh, what's this? Oh. Ah. Nope. Okay. I'm just getting myself stuck in places now, I guess. Talkie dog? Does that mean my audio died? Human. I am Doug. I am Doug. And I am good. I am good Doug. And I protect human. Use protector key. Whoa. Oh, you're a fan. I'm like, what are you, little wiggly thing? Okay, so this is a room for humans. It has a fan. Well, I guess no. You could have a replica that might have like inherently higher heat thresholds and would require like external fans, but like a point where human level intervention, I don't know, it seems I can see an empty classroom on the other side of the window. The glass seems like it's tinted, or a one-way mirror. This is where I came from. There's no point in going back. Hmm. Did I miss something in the room that's got the big red square? Oh, save point. Okay. They did say it's the default password, so do you think it's something as simple as like 1234? I guess I should attempt to brute force it. Okay. Hmm. I also wonder what setting, like resetting that thing in the first place. What is that? Oh, I needed another key, didn't I? You're not a protector, so I can't tell you any more than I already have. They decommissioned us both. Star, you're dying. Well, you're damaged. And you're saying that everybody else is dying here, and you're saying this facility is lost. I don't think it matters that you. I don't think it matters. Classroom key. Okay. But did say I'm not a protector, so I guess I'll go look in the protector room. Getting a little mixed up running from room to room here. Ah, I see. I see. Memorandum. Terminology. I announce the following by order of Eon. Due to recent events in accordance with the new Eon Public Interest Media Regulation AGM 87, the term, which is currently in use in various Eon facilities, is no longer permissible and must no longer be used. Premises and departments that are currently using the term are to be immediately renamed. Management personnel shall black out the term from all signage and documents until replacement terminology is announced by Eon. With immediate effect, usage of the term in conversation and correspondence is an offense, obscenity to the state, to be punished with 2 cycles of double work shift. It may not be easy, but we all have to do our part here. Always remember, our language shapes our world. A perfect world requires a perfect language. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Type 75 pistol, user manual. Type 75 pistol is a short recoil-operated lock-breech semi-automatic pistol chambered in 10 by 20 millimeter. This reliable, versatile handgun is a standard-issue sidearm for Eon Protector controller staff. Replica users, remember to first equip the Type 75 pistol in the inventory screen. Okay. To deploy. F fires are reloads. Remember, do not waste ammo. It is a resource of the nation. When a target is down, try to finish it off by kicking or hitting it with a baton to preserve ammunition. Okay. Okay. Let's go read that little memory stick that we found. Put. Okay, you walk no faster with or without it, so we're just gonna walk with it. That spooked me. That one got me. Ito,
Oh, hello. You don't belong here either, do you? I'm Isa Ito. You should be careful. There's something wrong with this place. I don't know what happened, but it's probably dangerous to go any further. That's okay. I understand. I have something I need to do too. Take care. I hope you find who you're looking for.
Etha, why do I get the feeling you're me? Isa? Safe travels.
Issa's note. Erica, if you find this note, despite everything that's happened, I've come to look for you. Use aperture card.
Bonded Doctor High Security Wall Safe, numeric. This wall safe complies with the Use in Public Safety Equipment Regulations 41 and 43 and features a high-density craft style door secured with a numeric keypad, proudly produced on HAMAB by VEB Bond Dr. Tracer Technic. Instructions for use. Enter the code using the keypad. Press the confirm key on the lower right corner. If correct, a green light. Rotate dial. Clear. Press E. 204512. Very nice. Pick a classroom key. Please be alive, please be alive. Okay, she left. Pick up a pear patch. Yes. So... Did Issa pass Star? Oh, there's something else here. 10mm ammo. Okay. Reloaded our weapon. Let's take a look at the ammo. Three. Okay. Well, that's ominous. Oh, right, I'm supposed to be clicking on things, not just highlighting, because this game's that way. Alright, so that's a thing. Drop down. Yep. Let's do this. Issa! WTF, mate? Please tell me that... Oh, no. I watched a lot of End of the World as a kid, sorry. The elevator is out of order. Yeah, I think so, Elster. The elevator is out of order.
Oh no.
What? What are you? Pick up service hatch key. Yes. Alright. We're gonna leave this room. Because I don't do horror well. I'm like, West Wing key required. Never enter the West Wing! The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. Okay. You concern me. Wait, I should click on these. Okay, nothing. The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. I don't think that's a lock, Elster. Service request form F29. Data filing request form Star. Okay, so Star did this one. Department worker quarters. Himmel type D automatic security door. Worker block A6 corridor. The lock on the staff door in A6 is jammed again. Requesting a locksmith. Service status. Electronics request C. I'm having trouble speaking today. Service status. Electronics reset key is nowhere to be found. I set up a lock picking kit, but management bumped the elevator engines up in priority. So next shift, we'll have to pick the lock. It's just trial and error at this point. Find me if you need a key to open the service hatch, or ask management. Whatever. Fin. Sexy. 5. Star 5. Huh. Oh. Whoa. 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 Oh, okay. This game has, like, such a look to it. I am really digging this. Alright. Yeah, what is no shank? There we go. No shank. Down 1, down 2, down 1, down 3? Hold on, do that again. I don't... An ultrasound sensor mounted to the side of the lock. It's connected to the lock-picking device. Screen shows the image from the connected ultrasound sensor. Which one's not making it, or is it that they all have to go down one more? They all had to go down one more. Okay. Yo, don't just leave that lockpick behind. Take that with you. That thing is useful. Okay, something happened here. It's locked. East wing key required. The box is locked. It looks like it requires some sort of square-shaped key. And a gun! Medbay? Medbay. What's up, Resident Evil? Alright, that's cool. Also, I want to point out that the audio engineering in this is delightful. The spooky ambient piano, the fact that there's just always this creeping dread, but it's never like overpowering. And I could hear all the electronics around me. I could hear the things having errors. I can feel the air crackling with the electricity of just various LEDs and things because magnetoception. Am robot. It unlocks from the other side. That's the wall safe codes. Box of ammo? Nice. Wonder weapon. Super weapons for our nation in the battle against the Empire. Bulk units. Huh. East Wing key. Interrogation report. Subject worker S23A 6514 Chen Wilhelm. Offense, contraband found in locker. Result, confession. Punishment, no food. 3 cycles. Worker S23A 3054 Wong Michaela. Illegal use of radio. Wong Wolfgang. Illegal use of radio. Expired during interrogation. ISO 2 cycles. Ho Franz, obscenity to the state, passed out during interrogation, double work shift 2 cycles. Huang Emily, trespassing, expired during interrogation. Well, I hate that. Okay. Disposable stun prod? Alright. Electro-impulse devices. Due to recent events, all facility staff members are encouraged to familiarize themselves with the use of electro-impulse devices. We've been supplied with a shipment of EIG-2 disposable stun prods for training purposes. Please refer to the enclosed handbook for more information. The EIG-2 stun prod is a single-use short-range disposable non-lethal solution for incapacitating non-cooperative individuals. It can be equipped to the tool slot in the inventory screen. Once equipped, it will be shown on the lower left of the inventory screen. The EIG-2 stun prod can be used with one hand while on the move and even while aiming another weapon. Once equipped, to use the stun prod, simply press C when facing a nearby enemy. Warning, high voltage electric discharge may arc to individuals close to the target. Use with care. Do not deploy on elderly, pregnant, or individuals with known heart disease, unless absolutely necessary. Dispose of stun prod properly after use. And that's interesting to me, like, ultra capitalism. Like, you have to dispose of the stun prod. There's no way to, in any way, possibly recharge or refurbish the device. They're just designed to slag out, like, who manufactured this? What engineer decided this was a good idea? How good is your recycling facilities that you're able to dispose of this and then reutilize the components if the electric arc is destroying them? Is it a chemical battery? Is it like a rare earth metal battery? In that case, you absolutely should be recycling it. So who?
no. What was the code? I knew the code. Wait, I think I'm a robot. I still know the code. (204-512). Thinking out loud, yeah. Oh, this one's not on the default. Interesting. So somebody's actually been correctly assigning it. Okay. All right, we found the east wing. That is a lot of air conditioning on this room. What is inside this room? Okay. Well, let's check this one then. Oh. The stall is locked. Is someone inside? Wait a sec. Ugh. I don't have any tools on hand that would allow me to unlock that. I hope that it's like just Issa having a nap and not stabbing random people. I see some things on the shelves. More ammo. Nice. Repair spraying? Interesting. What is this? Single-use spray gun to fill damaged areas with polyurethane-based expanding foam. Restores a large amount of health over time. Elster, are you full of foam? I'm confused. Your mechanical makeup is a little confusing to me, bud. Alright. Also, hi on Earth than usual, and hello, you. Two questions. One, what are you doing? And two, why is there another knife just that... Okay, so I'm sorry for the folks that like have a gore issue. This is apparently going to be a game that has some of that going on. I want to point out, Elster is so disturbed by this that it is affecting their point of view. Like, there's random glitchiness occurring around this thing. That's not a graphical error on this game's part. That's actually seems to be on purpose. Hey, oh, okay. Yeah, whatever it is, it doesn't seem edible. It's breathing? I mean, I could really use one of these instead of a stun baton that's disposable. Yeah, that's an interesting way to show distress for an inorganic being. No space to carry Mensa key. Ah, right.
Kitchen, pantry, corridor. Restores a small amount of health over time. Okay. I think for now I'm going to hold on to the repair patches and put the repair spray in storage. Service request form R90. State of filing service request form 84213. Euler, Department, kitchen staff, worker quarters, Euler RKM7 spatial navigation module. My mapping module is still defective and won't show any map data. I keep getting lost on my way to work and back. I had to sleep in a hallway last cycle because I couldn't find the staff elevator to get to my dorm. Please, I can't find my way around this place without a map. Mars. Oh? Robot couldn't find... What if your Roomba couldn't find its way back to its dock and it just, like, parked itself in the hallway? Like... And instead it's a sentient being. Like, that's... Oh, poor thing. Euler. Simple universal light replica. Eula. Saddest vacuum ever. Yeah. The lock is defective. Okay, so I have to come back with the Mensa key. I hope that enemies don't respawn. It's locked. Mensa key required. Okay. Yeah, where is... Protector bathroom, storeroom, evidence storage, first aid. Okay, first aid. And to be honest, I'm like not feeling like I need to hold on to the stun batons either if I'm able to one-shot things in melee after shooting. Yeah, I mean, I've got 4 more kills worth. That does make me pause. I feel like I have to carry around the photo. Like, I have to. These don't be back. Okay, cool. So once I defeat an enemy, it appears to stay gone. That's helpful. Okay, I'm a little more concerned because this body's still here, but the one that, like, are they just on the ground? How tall is this counter? I mean, they might be on the ground right here. Oh, yep. That's interesting. They really don't want to see that. That spot still glitches for them. Oh, okay. Well, glad I didn't put those away. I used up like an entire clip of ammo. Yep. That's cool. Alright. So we've learned a little bit about combat and getting overwhelmed. More ammo. Yes, please. Okay. Pantry is broken from one direction. Ow. And this door now. Unlock the door. Good. Pick up broken key? Broken key? A strange rectangular key with a butterfly wing pattern. It looks like part of it is missing. 9 dots. Both directions. Maybe. Maybe the 9 dots are the magnet? I don't know. I could imagine a key like that working... Like, working inside of a lock if the lock's designed for it. Those are faucets. And that's a broom? I don't know. Hello? No space to carry. Sio, Alina! Wait a sec. Ah, I have to store things again. No, I don't. There. About the administrator. From work shift controller to night shift controller. Due to recent events, some security technicians will be serving both work shifts and night shifts. Affected guard units: Star ST-304, 305, 306, 309. Affected controller units: STCR. So stars are guards. Okay. STCR are controller units. S2303, S2306. Until an effective treatment is found or reinforcements are sent from Haymat, we'll all have to stay strong and do our best to keep the facility secure. Failure is not an option. STCR 2307. P.S. Keep an eye on the administrator unit. Since the incident, he's been acting stranger than usual. Without the commander to keep him in check, we'll have to ask Calibri for help. Storch. You don't look like you belong here. You're an Elster unit, right? This facility is currently on lockdown. You shouldn't be here. I'm the Protector Controller on duty on this level. I don't know what kind of business you have here, but as you can probably see, we've got bigger issues right now. If you're looking for the commander, I have bad news for you. She got sick, and everyone else is getting sick too. That's really all I know about it. I'm sure the administrator knows more, but who knows where he is? I'm not going out there. I'm waiting here for new orders. Until then, I'm not taking any risks. Okay, so I can't just, like, show things to people unless it's the quest in the game explicitly wants me to. That's helpful, that I don't have to, like, go mashing keys into people's faces or just, like, go through my entire inventory. That was a problem with Sierra games, is that, like, you're like, I don't know if any of this is interesting to you, so it dumps out my entire backpack and hands you half of an eaten sandwich, a handkerchief, somebody's missing key, and part of a broken sword. Is any of this interesting to you? No? Okay, moving on. And that's just... that's how some of those games kind of ran. Okay. I somehow managed to, like, bypass a bunch of the stuff that's just exploration and somehow stumbled into, like, the exact routing necessary to get to this point. And it's really weird because I can see there are 6 doors I didn't even bother checking. And somehow, like, the direct path I took just took me here. I wonder how many things, like, I could have been having to fight that I didn't have to fight because of this. Gamer intuition. You have a knife. A few of you have knives. Really hate fighting those. The ceiling is collapsed. There is no way through. Huh. Let's go take a look at this room again. Used West Wing key. Okay. Mineshaft A access. I need an administrator's key to this elevator. The lock is defective. It cannot be opened. Camera's still watching me. There was that bathroom somebody was in. Wait for this to zoom in. Okay. Oh. Oh. Well. Okay. Oh, the fax machine noises. You as well, huh? I'm just gonna leave you alone. You're doing your own thing. Hundreds of dusty, tattered-looking files. Some sort of registry of workers. They look miserable. They look torn to hell. And it makes me, like, is this just, does everybody in this world look like this? Are they all scratched up and beaten up? Search protocol. Protector controller on duty. STCR-2303. Protector on duty. Star S-2305. Song Hiling. Confiscated items. A watch and a ring. Residence dorm A16. Workplace political morals class. Arrested in ongoing investigation for a stolen radio. Original reason for transfer, counter-revolutionary activity, distributing flyers at university. Oh no, okay. Confiscated items, medication. Confiscated hydroxycarbamide pills have been sent to the medical wing. Special supervision requests have been forwarded to Calibri. For Huang Julia, Shio Alina, cosmetic box with butterfly inlay. That's Shio though. We need to... So that... He holds, like, significance to us. Inlay, locked. Dorm A61, workplace factory. Collapsed at the workplace from exhaustion. Bunk was searched before transfer to medical wing. Fukuyama Heinrich, fountain pen. Mining operation A, recent transfer from factory. Arrested on suspicion of conspiracy against the state. Confiscated fountain pen? Hi there, David at DXD. This has been pretty interesting so far. I'm digging it. It's spooky. So can I combine these? Yeah. A strange rectangular key with a butterfly pattern. The corners of this key are cut out in an irregular pattern. Yeah, that's such a cool type of key. Yeah, welcome to the channel. Feel free to settle in. We're going to do some spooky story times. It's kind of the thing that we do on Mondays and Wednesdays. And other days we do some community gaming votes and yeah, just a few different things lately. I guess we've been also having a bunch of collab streams, and those have been kind of fun. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Hello, hi, go away. Ow! Whoa! Ow! Okay, out of ammo. Noted. Try this again. You. Get out. Go. Leave me alone. Repair spray plus. Sure. Well now. Interrogation, of course. Good old-fashioned meat down. Frequencies. Moon, sun, scales, rook, tree, sword. I guess I gotta write all this down. One sec. And sorry about the noise. Holy cow, that is a hell of a frequency. Scale, whoop. Rook, tree, sword, and that is 057-082-112-177-233-00 on all of those. 000. Okay. I'm assuming these are the radio frequencies that we've been needing. Anything else of use in here? Some stun prods, perhaps. Right. Okay. I stab you with pistol. Unlock the door. Okay, there was a wall safe up here. We'll come back to it. Well now, what's this? A mysterious artifact has been placed in the box. Pick up Plate of Eternity? Picked up Plate of Eternity. And then we wake up back outside. We wake up back outside. God, this game is beautiful, and it's so good the way it breaks, like, your expectations of scale and perspective, and just... Oh, this is so good! This is so... Why are games not more like this? Like... That being said, it looks like we are currently on an ad in progress, and we're also running about an hour and 48 minutes into the stream, so I'm going to go ahead and take a short break here. We'll switch us over to our No Thoughts Head Empty playlist as I go refill my water and stretch my legs, and we will be right back with you folks in about 5 minutes. Let's get this up and make certain I'm in the correct window, because that's not it. All right, see you folks soon.
It's funny the juxtaposition between this music and like ambiance and theme versus the game. I love that because of the anti-aliasing nightmare going on. Oh, I never fixed the green screen error. You know what? For this game, I guess it just kind of works. Hello, hi, hi, hi. But yeah, because of the anti-aliasing nightmare going on in the game, like as part of its inherent graphics engine, uh, my avatar looks like she belongs in this world. And it's really funny because it looks like a VR chat screenshot. There's an error? There's an error. Uh-oh. Oh, yes, the anti-aliasing error. So note that like in the game, the way the lines on this like chain link fence are all jaggedy. Yeah, same like there's an implied anti-aliasing error effect in like the outlines of my character and her hair, and it's actually not. It's the it's the grayscale filter I have seen combos of things. Yeah, I was supposed to change the green screen so that it wasn't the checkerboard pattern anymore, and that would have fixed it. It would have made it a smooth transition instead. But I completely spaced that. All right, let's turn off the no thoughts head empty and get back to the spooky. I got myself a croissant. It's so good. Little things you don't worry about. Oh yeah, well I do. No map data. A heavy hexagonal stone plate. It feels warm to the touch. The surface appears to be made of smooth, polished black marble or granite, but there is something soft and wet inside. What? Okay, so we have no ammo. We still have the stun baton. Mildly injured. Let's use this. Alina! Where are you? Is this my memory of getting here? Yo, I want to... Has somebody made this world in VR? Is there a way for me to go explore this, like, in more detail outside this graphic system? Can I get into my VR headset and, like, look around here? Because I freaking want to. Please, please, somebody... That would be super cool. Hmm. Okay. Should we do the sun, the moon, the scales, the rook, the tree, or the sword? Hmm. Let's call the moon. 082. Some type of special locking mechanism. There's some sort of speaker or microphone on the front. Huh. I can't interact with it. They won't let me. Says Landezon station. This combination of German and Japanese is really interesting to me. So that's a geodesic antenna. And then there's another antenna. Unless that's a habitat. That could be a habitat. Rotfront Interplanetar Station 06 Technic. So is it like... Why did everything get retconned? Is there some sort of like experiment being done by this empire or nation or whatever? Oh wow, those are huge. Just having the realization of how large those antennae actually are. Okay, so this place is a communications center. And a big one at that. Oh, I get to explore and whoa, first person. This is so cool.
To Radio Officer Young, Station 6. Dear Iris, I hope you and Ariane are both well. I've spoken to the officials at Eon, and they agreed it would be best for Ariane to attend school in Sector C. I have a spare room you can stay in until she graduates. I know you two are inseparable, but we both know it is best for your daughter if she receives a normal education in the city. Love, your sister, Camilla.
Thank you, Stream Elements. And thank you, Dan, for setting that up. One meal, but 2 cups of coffee. Oh, can I close the door? I feel bad for wasting, like, resources and energy here. Oh, it's the wind. Like, I should be able to hear that wind right there. Replica... There's a replica radio module in the box. Pick up the radio module. Radio module installed. The radio module can receive radio transmissions on frequencies between 50 and 250 kilohertz. Access the radio module by pressing up on the inventory screen. When tuned to certain frequencies, automatically decoded messages will appear in the transcription window. REM-64 long-wave radio receiver module. User manual. The REM-64 long-wave radio receiver module allows a replica unit to directly receive and process low-frequency, amplitude modulation radio transmissions in the range of 50 to 250 kilohertz. The REM-64 module is installed in the module slot behind the left ear of Gen 5 replicas. So we're the 5th generation of replicas. Does that mean we're state-of-the-art? Like, what's the latest generation? To access the module's functionality, open the inventory screen and press W to open the subsystem screen. Okay. The frequency indicator will light up in red and the spectrogram bars will begin to move. When tuned to a station with a subcarrier signal, the signal label will ignite. Interesting. When tuned to a station transmitting a data stream, the data signal will ignite and the transmitted data will be displayed in the transcription field at the bottom of the screen.
The door is locked from the other side.
You leave your front door unlocked, with all the knives and stuff, and the radio transmitting equipment, and your food. But you lock that door. Hmm.
"520 end. Route front. Forecast. Temp. 26. Visibility 30. Humidity 80. Wind 2520. End.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so let's go 057.
Moon has nothing. 082. Sun has nothing. 112. Nothing. 143. Nothing. 177. Hold on. 253? 233. Got it. Okay. So it is 177. What does it say? Oh, 143. Huh. 3, 4, 5, 1. Is this just counting out pi? So 160 is the highest attenuation. Oh! That was the code! It was an audio-based code! Hey there, Jarvie. Good to see you, hun. What kind of nerdy stuff are you doing? Get out of my head! Cat sitting very comfortable in a turkey hat. Oh, okay. Turkey nerdy things. Got it. Cataloging your entire Magic the Gathering collection. Hell yeah. Good for you. So wait a sec. We did all of that while wandering around outside as a memory. Did we just remember that we have... Okay. That magic rock inside our friend box that has something wet and fleshy in it and red teleported us to a place where we then picked up our communicator, unlocked a door. It seems as though we might be existing in more than one place at once, that our consciousness is currently branching to other replica units out there. But I can't quite tell if that's really what's happening in the storyline just yet. And this is so cool. I'm really, really liking this. All right, sorry everybody, we're gonna be like tuning the radio a bit more for me to find neat stuff. Eight, 9. 6, 5, 6, 7, 5, 8, 9. Remember that safe that we couldn't get into? 6, 7, 5, 8, 9. Okay. What else we got? What other weird stuff can we scrub from the air with our magic robot ears? I'm loving this. Oh, something's there. There's something there. Is it at 177? Six, 4, 4, 7, 0. 6, 4, 4, 7, 0. Okay. So, Uh, is there anybody in the chat that can speak German and translate the numbers here quickly enough for me? There's a voice that's being broadcast over the radio here very quietly. Yeah, she's like throwing out Foon, Foon, Sieben, Foon. It's fast enough that I'm having trouble being able to track these. Alright, I'll come back to this, but I might actually have to work on my German for this game. You accidentally muted! Oh no! Yeah, here. We'll go back. 157.6. Alright. Alright, so yeah, this plays through and then it starts doing like a number station, but very quietly. So I'll be quiet once it gets to that. But yeah, like this is meant to capture your attention as you're scrolling through, and then it switches to the numbers. My idea was like, what if I played that to the things walking around in the hallways? Like, would it calm them down? How long is the cycle on this? Okay, so okay. Let me see. So it sounds like it's just counting to 10, but there at the end it's not just counting to 10. Like it counts to 10 twice plus some other stuff. What is that saying? Oh, I can adjust my radio here. Oh, that's weird. Okay. I don't want to do that. That's a quick way to get noticed by things you don't want to get noticed by. We got another... Just 11 and 12 at the end? Okay. There's something there, but there shouldn't be. Okay, 147, we got nothing. It is so hard to hear, yeah. Oh, we have something new here. 0 389 10. Okay. I'm so glad I have a whiteboard for this. I'm getting so many numbers thrown at me. Whoa.
I can't. I'm gonna have to alt tab out of this just to scroll back up to where Honest Unusual wrote out. Okay, that's like legit data being broadcast. That's more than just a couple numbers. That's a lot of numbers. Oh, one moment. Oh, it did the fax thing again. This is funny. So I handed the headset to Milky Tart Flavor to listen, and all right, we're back to numbers. One sec. So current estimate is we're looking at a combination of hexadecimal and binary being broadcast in German. Fun. Well,
Locker packing.
well, the locker map was 6 characters, and in binary you can use 8 characters to make up a value of 0 through 255 or 1 through 256, depending on how you're counting things. And you can convert binary to duodecimal or to decimal or to hexadecimal and back and forth. So, like, I don't know how much of this is going to be crypto, like actual cryptum, that is for players that have way higher concentration than I do. I can't focus well enough to be able to translate all this. It's really interesting, though. Mm-hmm. It also tells me that I need to adjust the volumes in general here. Okay. That's interesting. Like, even adjusting the sound effects volume doesn't do anything for that. Oh, that is playing music. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Next. Time to hurt our brains some more, everyone. Oh, we got data. 6880 16880. Okay. What else we got?
778. This it hurts my brain, but it feeds me. This I feel nourished mentally trying to figure this out. This feels good. Yeah, just that's at least like oh, we have another one. But those other ones were like at least 16 characters, more than like I'm gonna be able to. Am I gonna have to be able to remember 16 character passwords? Because 6 was asking a lot for that first. Oh, I don't think it's anything like that. I would love that though. 04512. Oh, 204512. 204512. That's the default code for that one safe. Alright, we're gonna turn that off before I hurt myself. Because that was getting to my ears. We're gonna save. We just spent an hour in that room. I don't know what the stuff is for, but I'm holding on to it. And I don't feel like that was an hour wasted. I feel like that was an hour figuring things out. It would be so easy, yeah, to just sit there and listen and write numbers down all day. I could do that. But what would I even do with the numbers then? Like, is there an ARG I'm supposed to be getting into? Was there... Okay, there's a safe here I could open. So we'll try again. 204512. No. 31750. No. 38910. 67589. 64470. Ah. How many safes are in this facility? Is this Alina? A star 52320. Yes. An identification card for the Protector medical staff authorizes access to the Protector elevator. Star S2320, guard, hospital wing, level 3, cycle 3 to 9. Okay. we've scraped a lot of data. Think you gone deaf listening to German radio numbers? Yeah, well, I will say, doing all that meant that we were able to just like jam a bunch of numbers into that safe and not really like, yeah, we brute forced it, but no, we didn't because we took the time translating those numbers. So like, got some work done. Okay, so there's the wall safe, first aid, butterfly box, protector bathroom, registry, showers, elevator control, block AG. We should head south through the north corridor and take a look at these other doors that we haven't gone through. And just hope that there isn't something trying to attack us in them. We're still out of ammo. Kick them while they're down, 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 kick them while they're down. Okay. Can do. Have been. Workers' sleeping units. Facilities like these small caged bunks are all Gestalt worker can call their own. Oof. A worker's uniform. It looks old and worn. Alina's diary. Feeling a little lightheaded today. I hope it's not that new flu that seems to be going around. I can't afford to miss any more shifts. That storch at the facility was chewing me out for what felt like hours for fainting at work the last time I got a cold. I haven't seen Elster the last few days. I hope she's okay. More and more people go missing in the mine lately, including replicas. Not even the protectors seem safe. Okay, so now we know Elster uses she/her pronouns, or that Alina uses she/her pronouns for Elster. We'll figure that out later, but we have a general idea now. What's this? Oh, okay. I guess that's all. Diary. Protectors have been worried lately. They're hiding something. There's less of them. Ration plan keeps changing. Alina says I'm imagining. At them, I can feel their fear like it's my own. What are they scared of? Okay. So Alina talks to the other workers. You, get back. The route that I want to take is through them. How's our health? Medial. No patch kits either, only the plus. Alright, we'll go back to the med bay. I'm not going to save just yet because I think that I might have messed something up by running into those twice, but we'll see. And I hope, as we run through here, that nobody else came back. It looks like we're safe for now, so that's good. Oh, lovely. Too spoopy. Ah, kind of want to get into the elevator control again, but I get the feeling that I can't actually access it all. So let's see what's over here. Mineshaft A access. I need the administrator's key. Okay, so this is actually where I do the thing. Go over here. Ah, I love those first person moments. Ooh. Vertical map of S-23 Sierpinski. Lang orbital, surface, factory, workers, hospital wing. So wait a second. Lang orbital, surface, factory, workers, hospital wing, personnel, protectors, operational command, mining zoo gang. So A and B, I'm assuming, are the two elevator shafts. We're currently in A. B is shut down. And it can take us all the way down to the personnel. Starting to get an idea of how this place is laid out. That feels good. Voici. Elevator controls locked. Insert protector identification. So hospital, personnel, and protectors? No, operational command? One is... Yes. Worker quarters, select destination. Do I really want to go there? Okay, we know that Alina was not feeling well. Let's check the hospital. Oh, if we check the hospital, it's gonna be full of those things. The protector have weapons? Where do I want to go? I have to find Alina. No. What? Um. Elster. Alina? Anyone? The elevator's out of order. Let's check them. It unlocks from the other side. Okay. I'm waiting for Elster to, like, have a different face in one of these mirrors one of these times, and it's gonna scare the hell out of me. Also, Issa, was it Issa that we saw? Or was that somebody else? New save point. Good. A shotgun? Okay. A pump-action combat shotgun with a collapsible stock fires 18.5 millimeter flechette from a five-shell internal magazine in a wide cone. Well now. Okay, so this is the reception room that we saw. Oh, hold on a sec. Hello, body. I'm sorry, I'm having nerve input errors. Oh, alright. I absolutely should have tagged this as like a Resident Evil look-alike, because this has all the feel of like the first time I ever played Dino Crisis. It has all the same level of spooky going on, and I'm just, yes. Alright, let's save. So we now have a shotgun. We're still equipped with a pistol. I don't necessarily want to pull out the shotgun unless, like, I know I'm going to be fighting something bigger, but we'll see what the availability of ammunition looks like. Insert blank card to begin print. Blank key required. Blank key required. SZKDSV3 Secure Access Card Print System. We found the administrator's room. The lock is defective. Okay. Examination room key required. Turn sample. Toggle image mode. Why? Like, somebody had a lot of fun rendering this, but what was the purpose of it? Okay. Is this just, like, confiscated stuff? We have somebody's entire skull. And a cyber brain. Okay, which side is facing out? There's an E on that side and back of text on this side. So this is front of key. Here we go, data mining again. Three. Circle, 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 circle. It's a 5? 5 by 3. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the link goes this to this, to this to this, this to this to this. Okay. I love this so much. This is the kind of puzzling that, like, makes... This is the proverbial stuffing a Kong toy with a biscuit and a bunch of peanut butter and rolling it around on the floor for me. What are you? What are you? What? What is any of this? I can see various objects laid out underneath the X-ray apparatus behind the glass. Yes, but what's the point? X-ray imaging. Am I able to put other stuff in here? I guess I got the puzzle piece that I needed. Okay, that's nothing. That goes nowhere. Apparently the flechette rounds have some travel distance on them. Satisfying gapping. A body bag. I'd rather not open it. No, 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 no. Bye. Bye. I'm out. Bye. See you. Don't care. Not wasting ammo on you. Go to hell. Go to hell and stay there. Very pretty shotgun. Very shiny. Okay. You. Where did you go? Uh-huh. Ow. Don't care. Oh no. I am damaged. What are you? Pick up auto injector. Replica, kale stem, and so forth life 2.0 milliliter package insert. Package leaflet, information for the user. Replica circulatory stimulant, liquid injection, and auto injector. Active component, replica rice stimulants and 99.9% extremely potent for replica use only. What is K-Stim and instant help and when to take it? K-Stim N is a sterilized solution for an auto-injector pen for emergency injection. Acts on the replica circulatory system, restoring system health, is intended to be used to avoid critical system failure in replica frames generation 3 and up. Can be used directly from the inventory screen. You must also equip the auto-injector in the inventory screen to the tool slot to use it on the move. To use the auto-injector on the move, hold C for the entire duration of the injection. When equipped to the tool slot, the auto-injector will activate automatically when the replica system would otherwise fail, preventing system failure, and instantly restoring the system partially. Always seek medical attention after averted system failure. Is it a separate device? Alina's Diary Part 2. Something's wrong. Nobody will tell me what's happening, but ever since I woke up, everyone's been behaving strangely. The protectors won't let me leave my room and return to work even though the wound from my fall is already healed. I think there must have been an accident in the mine. I overheard two Eulas whispering in front of my room that they're running out of staff. I'm worried something happened to Elster. I haven't heard from her in a while. I can't just sit around here any longer. Alina Xiao. Oh, Alina. A TV with a built-in video cassette player. If I had a video cassette, I could watch it here. Aw. We find Alina, maybe we can watch a movie together. That sounds nice. Single-use injection syringe instantly restores a large amount of health usable on the move. When equipped, automatically activates on system failure. I see. Okay. I hate that because like I couldn't really do anything else when trying to check this. So this is belt. And now that we are that injured, let's just use the foam. Oh, jeez. There's another one. S23 med. Patient Euler S2321. Patient complained about severe nausea and headache. Admitted to hospital wing after vomiting oxygen fluid during work. Clinical picture in line with other recent cases amongst protector staff. So their organic components are a lot more. There's a lot more organic to these replicas than one would think. And that further puts into perspective, like I was saying earlier, one might, in this theoretical future where robophobia is so standard because you have replaceable units, people calling them vacuum cleaners and whatever else, like it's extremely insensitive and messed up. And in this theoretical future where people are being treated like vacuum cleaners, but they're also capable of telling you, I don't feel good, I feel nauseous, like capitalist hellscape. Capitalist hellscape. While we have no indication what causes this syndrome, we've observed similar developments in all patients. Most puzzlingly, development of the syndrome seems to progress similarly in both replica and Gestalt patients. Initial admission tests showed hypotension, high fever, and dehydration, internal hemorrhaging, strong cognitive decline within the first cycle, alopecia, and purpura. Purpura. So, I'm assuming it's the bruising of the skin. I don't remember what alopecia means. Within 5 cycles, the skin will begin to peel in large patches. Decline of vision quality and ability to communicate may follow. Gestalt patients will usually expire at this stage due to infections, while results for replica patients seem to vary. Alopecia is a loss of hair. Ah. There's someone inside the oxygen tent. Ah, thank you, Baconator. Welcome, Raiders. Bum, 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 bum. It's actually a good song for like how spooky all this is. Good to see you. Your last scene playing World of Warcraft. How was stream? How was WoW? What were you up to? It's hard to look at her. Can we talk to her? It was good, pretty fun. Glad to hear, Baconator. Yeah, this has been a very interesting game so far. We've had a couple moments of already like getting a little too granular. They installed a radio transmitter module inside my robot brain, and now I can scan for radio frequencies. In fact, right now I could start scanning for radio frequencies and absolutely messing with things, but I don't want to because, well, for one thing, there's a person in this tent, this oxygen tent. I hope they survive. But if I was to start messing around with radio frequencies, it might actually interfere with their medical equipment, and I don't want to do that. Oh, all right. Hello. Okay, there's weapons in this room. Ah, no. Of course. That really sucks. I am not good at the combat in this so far. Hey there, Hunter. How's it going? A repair spray. Good, we need that. Shot rounds. Yes. No space to carry a repair patch. Well, let's use the spray. Grab the patch. Bad thing happened, but also good thing happened, so you're so-so. Aw. Well, I hope your evening gets a little easier. 10 mil ammo. Bacon was streaming. Yeah. Okay, we are still injured, so we're just gonna go to full health. Hello. Lock is defective. Lock is defective. Another replica. Hey there. Everyone's turned weird. I'm the only one left, I think. Will I get sick like the others too? Oh, Eula, please leave. But you have synthetic and organic components. You can't just leave. Oh, wow. This is a terrible place to be. This is straight up Dead Space. Oh, I don't want to die. You look kind of familiar. Have we met before? At first, it was only Commander Falk who fell ill. Slowly, everyone started behaving strangely. I'm too scared to go outside. I don't want to become like the others. I don't want to die. Everybody being cute in the chat. Wall safe codes. Oh, is this again? Okay. Alright. Ooh. So we have ABR, NEK, SHZ, and F. Do I need to know letters as well in German? Uh, what kind of a passcode is that? I mean, what if I do the 204512? Okay, so that's not going to be valid. VFZ what? Zeta Foxtrot.
I can't get that one. Okay, I already have that one. Oops. Okay. I did not catch anything after the ZFZ, and I don't know what the other word. I don't know the international phonetic because it's like Alpha Bravo, no. Abel Baker Charlie, no. Alpha Beta Gamma, no. Do you see what the problem is here? There are so many alphabets that you could use, and all the ones I know are English, and this is German. Eula, do you know German? Okay, well, have a nice day. I speak something German, but it's not so good. I don't know what aber is, but I'm assuming it's but. Well, we found something. Okay. Sword. That's a different coded. Wait a sec. How much cryptography am I gonna have to do for this? This is absurd! I'm gonna need like an actual notepad. This is getting to a point where it's not gonna suffice to just use a whiteboard. Like, I have to think for a moment. Give me just a sec, because I actually do have my art books next to me. It has been a long, long moment since I have pulled out my art books, like my actual schematics notepad, for gaming purposes. This usually only happens when I'm doing D&D stuff. One of these days, I'll actually go through and show off some of my artwork. Let's see. This is what? Schematics. Oh. Yeah, we'll start at the back of this book. And I need to transcribe everything from one page to the other. Next step. Writing utensil. Do I still have any right here? Uh-oh. 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 Let's see. That's a problem. I've been using digital media for so long. I have kind of misplaced every single last pencil I own. Got markers all over the desk here. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go ahead and switch to my BRB screen because this is going to take me a sec. One moment.
Okay. Got a pen, got a bowl of chili, my barn spider caught a moth, and a daddy longlegs is trying to get into the garage. What an eventful evening outside. Now it's time for me to have to sit down and draw all of these things again into my new little Signalis user manual. It's also been a long time since I've been able to use my hand font. Okay. Moon, sun, scales, rook, tree, sword. 057, 082, 112, 143, 177, 233. Additionally, 38910, 67589, 64470, which I think we used that one. We'll mark that. 16880, 31750, 204, 204, 512, which I know we used because that was the default save. Okay. Next up we have numpads. 3 of them so far. A, B, R, N, E, K, S, H, Z, and F. Oh, that's even worse. Is the ZFZ thing might be for a completely different numpad now that I'm realizing it. Next one. A, N, B, H, S, R, Z, scribble, K, E. 1, 2, scribble, 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 7, scribble, 9, 0. Why, like, I get that we're supposed to infer 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, but, like, why is that one the one that got corrupted? You'd think that the like, crucial data would have been, I don't know. Brain works weird. Oh, and that little key card that I'm getting the feeling I'm gonna have to do a mini game to cut that card? I'm not entirely sure. Let's see here. And 3 on the front, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Link, link. Link, 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 and link, link. Okay. Those aren't really marked very well. We'll make those a bit darker. Alright, we have our gamer notepad started with all the info here. What do you mean, what happened? Yeah, we went on break. I took out a notepad, grabbed a pen so that I can. Oh, let's make certain we actually hit the transition on this. Okay. I grabbed a pen and a notepad and a bowl of chili, and I transcribed everything that I've written down so far for all the notes and all of the radio transmission stuff that we picked up into an actual notepad instead of a dry erase board, because I get the feeling we're going to have just a sheer amount of data that's going to completely override the space that I have available on my calendar to do this.
Sonderzugang. Fire key required, earth key required, gold key required, water, and air. Guess who needs to draw all these things out now? It's me. It's this puppy. So we have fire, earth, water, air. Okay. These are... oh god. I can't even draw a hexagon right now. The thing is, like, I don't know if this is going to come into play or not, if I'm going to have to know these, but, like, I feel like I have to know these. So, fire, earth, air, water. The symbol is full hexagon. I hate this. I hate that, like, I can't draw in straight lines right now. My wrist and my body. Okay, air symbol, 2 lines. Easy enough. Water symbol, half a moon. Got it. I do this all the time on my hand. Earth symbol, the Triforce. Cool. And gold. Moon. Okay. And it's got a 5-point in the middle. Oh, geez, there's even more data here that I'm still not catching. Okay, so we have 2 dashes, another long line next to the fire. Gold is 3 lateral line. Earth is 1 long line and 2 dash pillars underneath. Water is central with outer dashes, and air is 2 lines with 1 dash pillar each. Is there anything else I'm missing here? We have F, L, W, E, and K. It's not auger. Or autumn. K would be potassium. So all these are additional things. Air key required. Well, wait a sec. Yeah, inspect that. Okay. Let me in. Oh. Pump room key. A dead Ara unit. She looks strangely peaceful. Ara. Unit. The floor's collapsed. I can see the lower level through the water. I could probably drop down safely if it wasn't flooded. Huh. Timing matters inside a room. Good to know.
Alright, so we have the pump key, which will help with the flooded room. Okay. Might be able to get further down. Run back up here. Grab the socket wrench handle. Don't know what it's for, but we're gonna need it. If it's there, we're gonna need it. Reservoir drainage instructions. With tank A full, here's how to equalize a reservoir. Fill tank B, then fill tank C with water only from B. Move the water from tank C back to tank A. What? Uh, one sec. Writing order. A to B. B to C. C to A. What's the point? B to C. A to B. B to C. And then move it back to tank A. C to A. Glad I read that. Tall medical wing auras, the automatic equalizer pumps in the flood drainage system still appear to be broken, causing the lower level to be flooded. Since we're currently focusing repair efforts on the east wing staircase structure, the drainage system pressure has to be manually equalized from the control panel in the pump room for now. To drain the water, make certain that both A and B tanks have the same amount of water in them, and the C tank is completely empty. See the water levels in the tanks in the control panel. The pump's out of order. Only tank A will fill up by itself. Huh? Making certain I'm reading that right. B and A equal, C empty.
A to B, B to C. C to A. I messed that up. Okay. A to B. Jeez. B to C. C to A. B to C. A to B. B to C. C to A. Ah, it really was just read the instructions and run it through. Like, you didn't have to read the other note. I never want to read that thing again. It unlocks from the other side. S-lock waiting room. Oh, I see. So much here. I still want to go up there. Also, I should save. It's been a minute. I was afraid that I'd messed up as far as like yeah, health and ammo and stuff. How you doing, LT? How's your day going? Oh, hey, hi, hello. Ow! Man, you suck! Go away! Oh, hey. You hit hard. I don't like you. We took damage there. It's good. Quiet night at work. That's good. It's locked. Exam room key required. There was another door here? Where did it go? Incinerator room key required. So I really was just expected to jump back down. Okay. Well, let's go do that. Hello again. Goodbye. Puppy kiss. I have to look at this one now. Aww, that's so cute. This person, yeah, no, I don't think so. No. You know what? I took damage on that for no reason. What's... Oh, I wanted to return a menu, not quit a desktop. Oops. Well, we'll start this again. Forgot to add that from ages ago. Well, that's fine. Let's start this back up. Ah, the puzzles, the colors, Duke, the colors. I didn't realize this was a humble game specifically. Some people may experience discomfort or seizures when exposed to certain lights. And, yeah, some parts of this game may be considered violent or cruel. Definitely. Okay.
What did we find? No space to carry water key. I did not store enough data regarding what was on the other key. It may not have all been even available there. Like, it said 3, but it might have been E. Which direction does this go? Okay. Interesting. So... I had the key upside down, which means that that would have been an E. But it would have been in a weird spot, facing a weird spot. Alright, time for a new key. This one. Now I know that it actually has a keyed corner to it. Dash, 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 dash. And this is still 5 by 3? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And connection points. Blep. 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 Diagonals, huh? Blep and blep. Okay. Water. That's what the water key looks like. And one of the things that we found X-rayed had another key mashed into it. So we'll have to go to a different floor. Okay. Okay. You. Let's do this. Another save room. Exam room key. Any more disposable stun prods? Interesting. Okay. Alright, let's put the pistol away. Kind of want to hold on to that auto injector like a leftover health thing. Let's put okay. All right. Well, wrong button. You'll regret this later. I already saved. No, stop doing that too. Okay, so this is just this room. What else we got? Okay, both of those are very important. Oh, interesting. An access shaft. A space to carry a video cassette.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Alright, note to self. I didn't want to do any kind of save scumming on this, but I don't see myself making it out of here readily, so we're gonna put the shotgun away. We're gonna stun baton our way into the room and then pistol our way out. It's the only way I really see working for this. Flooded office. And a water key is going to be handy later, but not right now. I don't know when the socket handle is going to be handy. We'll hope that this is enough. Wait, did I actually grab the pistol? No. Go grab the gun. There you go. Like, I'm going to come back into this room no matter what. I'm going to have to heal in here. I'm going to have to put ammo and stuff away. Here we go. First conflict. Pick up video cassette. Picked up video cassette. Also, a lot of the enemies that spawned in here seem to be random. Wow! Hello, everyone. That went way better than last time. Okay. Sleeping ward. Revolver ammo, pistol ammo, shotgun, which is low. Let's swap to this. The doors. Okay. Personal Grievance Form P14. Data Filing Personal Grievance Form 8420F. Full Protector ID of Unit Filing ARAR S2308. Replica. Date time of incident. All the time. Elf keeps using my wrench and misplacing the 10mm socket. I have been reprimanded for not repairing the van on the vent in the lower level, but I can't remove the vent cover without a 10mm wrench socket. I know she's doing it on purpose. Okay. I need a wrench with the fitting socket to remove the air cover. Where else have I seen a toolkit? That was on a previous floor entirely. Okay. Well, we'll come back to that. The lock is defective. The door cannot be opened. Okay. Okay. TV static on the save menu. Oh, I should save. I should save. I should save. I should save. That fight could not have gone smoother. I don't even think. Yeah, I took no damage.
Do, do, do. Ooh. Okay. S-Lock waiting room. VCR player. Elevator control. One floor up is where the other toolbox was. We have the blank card, the reception room. Let's go. Let's try. Oh. That video. WDGB. Whoa. So videotape isn't just a videotape, it's a full experience. Hold on a sec. Bit of a perspective error there. Sorry, folk. It's at 177, so tree. I'm starting to fill in the rest of the missing data that we had on these. .143 is rook, ending in 10. Got that one. At 133. Scales. Okay. That's that ZFZ one. the sun. And moon. Okay. That's all of those. We'll turn that off. I was expecting to find something else there, but we just didn't. Bullion. So, yeah, you. Hello. Hello. Oh, I don't like that. Come on! I know I was on the radio for a while, but... we have a new symbol. Okay, this one's a brown key. I'm assuming it's Earth, then. And... this one is just diagonals. Pick up the gold key. Ah. That's interesting. Oh. I need to stop focusing on, like, the big bright and shiny thing that just had my attention in those rooms, because, like, I feel like I'm missing other stuff that I could be exploring in those spots. That's it. That's all the interaction we get in that memory. VCR player is no longer lit up. There's a new wall safe in the nurse's station. Oh, that's the one that's got the Zeta Foxtrot Zeta. You. Wait a sec. Nope. Alright. My concern here is if I do this... well, the other one was broken, so... let's see. It's not a blank key anymore. I hope that that was correct. That could have been so wrong. We'll see. Quick curing construction foam. Since the ration plan has changed again, we're short on quick curing repair spray. Turns out we can make our own by combining coagulant K with normal expanding PU foam. It won't expand as much, but it'll harden instantly and make a fairly solid bond if you're in a rush to get some repairs done. Hey there, Yale Connors. How's it going, hon? Hope you're having a good night. We are playing Signalis tonight, which is a bit of a horror story that takes place in a future capitalist hellscape, kind of like Dead Space. Kinda, so far. We're playing as a synthetic being named Elster, who is looking for a friend, potentially like coworker, not entirely sure, bunkmate? I don't know. But neat little story so far. We're enjoying it. It's pretty spooky though. Ah. You can use normal replica repair patches since they're a pretty easy source of coagulant K, and just combine them with normal repair sprays. Oh, I can make a stronger repair spray. Pick up the 10mm socket! Hey! There we go. Another auto injector. Oh, what else we got here? Okay. Okay. So that's in case you haven't found it yet before. We have incinerator key would have to go to the morgue. X-ray, X-ray, X-ray. What did I not do in the X-ray room that I could have done? How do I? I can see various objects laid out. No? No use. How do I... Yeah, somebody's head is in here. And this key card that got embedded in a chunk of rock. Like, I don't know what's up with this either. But I remade the key card. Okay, that's the one that's Earth. That's so cool. So that one's got... Yeah. That, and that, and that. Okay, cool. That's wild that, like... So what are you? I don't... Is there something else that I could be doing? I don't want to just shoot. That's wasting ammo. It's not... No! Let me back in. I'm not done here. How do I access what's inside the X-ray? It can't be through the incinerator. There just must be a door that I don't have access to yet. Because it seems like it's having me do multiple floors now. In fact, I can... Yeah, okay. Couldn't access that room. There's a wall safe there. And the vent in the pipes. Alright, we'll try getting there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I didn't cut that right.
The blank has one row of contacts less than original keys. I didn't, oh no. Can it be recut? Did I mess that up? Oh no. Air key. Okay. That's a new symbol. Line 3 lines and 2 lines. A lot of these look like they would make sense for like, whoa, why is it zoomed in so far? A lot of these look like they would make sense for Morse code as well. Just run past these folks. Is there anything? No, it's a locked room. In fact, yeah, there's nothing else I can get on this floor. We're just gonna run past this fellow too. Hi, hello, bye. Oh. Oh, I should write this key down too. I didn't even think about that. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And of course, let's see. Inspect. A unique circuit is etched onto the card. And in this case, there we go. We have this one. This one. Oh, that is hard to read. There we go. This one. This one. This. And this. And that's the air key. So we have fire, earth as a blank. 3 blocks back, so we need to put 3 blocks forward. Water, air. We're missing water, but then we'll have all 5. Okay. I kick you. And I'm injured. And I can't even use the patches because I don't have the inventory space and I can't put a thing down or drop it. I hate this kind of inventory management garbage. It's so frustrating. Okay, can I at least store some of these other key cards? Will it let me do that? Can I just go like... Air? Yes. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. That one won't work. Because I need to recut it. If the game will let me. I hope it will. Hello, you. Don't like you. Can I rebind the circuitry on this? Oh, good. Nope. Oh. Did I print this thing backwards? Look at this graph! Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Alright. Yeah, let's go stick some keys in the S-lock, I guess. That screen is so red! Oh, concern! Concern! Okay. Fire key required, water key. So I need the fire key, not the water key. What am I missing here? Card PC is not done yet. Wall safe, X-ray. Is there another thing that the card PC could cut? That's what I had before, and that didn't work. And reversing that didn't help. We'll tell it to print that. I guess we'll try doing it upside down? Maybe that's... I might have to go back to the X-ray thing and, like, go look at that in detail. I don't know. A little random corpse on the floor. Okay, I'm starting to think that this blank key thing is for something else. And that I need to memorize a different key code. Even though it should be able to fill that in. Also, we have that wall safe and the elevator that is telling me I can still do something on it, so we're gonna go over to the elevator. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Beep. Looks like the power outage caused the elevator to confiscate the security guard. I'll have to find another protector ID if I want to use the elevator again. Okay. Of course. Of course. Of course. Let's go look at the X-ray. Again. We'll also recut this to the shape that I thought it's supposed to be, and then compare that. Because it might be that it's not a deep enough shank on the key, which there's not much one can do to fix that. Dang it. Okay. Give me the key. Thank you. Cool. It says BKV. Lock is defective. No other. No. No. Okay. Quick curing construction foam. Quick construction foam. I'm trying to think of anything that's broken that, like, construction foam would be able to help with. We need the incinerator key there. A safe. Block A7 is locked, and we don't have access to any of this until we manage to get back off of the floor we're on. It is upside down. Okay, so it's upside down and backwards is transversed. Total value of your Magic the Gathering set so far is just over $700. That's awesome. And just going through your constructed decks. You know, if I were to go through my, like, old alpha edition stuff, because I started Back in 1992, my mother first got a copy of the very first, like, versus combo pack starter deck thing for Magic the Gathering. It was the Iron Claw Orcs versus the Merfolk of... Oh, I used to know what their clan was. But, yeah, Orcs versus Mermaids, which was always interesting. And then, like, I think a later edition was Elves as well. But, yeah, Alpha. I was very young when that came out, but I was still, like, old enough to understand the basics of a new card game, and I didn't yet have the, familial issues with gambling and, like, 52 card base deck kind of things. I actually really enjoyed Magic for a while. I stopped playing it due to just a number of ongoing bad interactions with either the folks that I'd be playing against in the places that I was living at the time, or as time has gone by, just the overall complexity and layering of the game has reached a point where it's nearly incomprehensible to a new player that isn't already very familiar with other stacking mechanics style games. And the fact is, like, Magic wrote in early on that it has the rule of if the card goes against the direct rules of the game, the card is correct, which allows them to do a lot of other stuff that breaks rules temporarily or for a single print of something. And it also means that, like, in legacy decks, if you have something that specifies add +1/+1 for adding 1 black mana, doesn't say anything about a tap, doesn't say anything about it till end of turn, just outright, here, throw some mana on this, it gets stronger. That's a mechanic that, like, is very broken, and in later revisions got changed, but, like, in some of the earlier ones led to some really silly builds. None of that even compares to when you've got, like, this heart of the cards thing going on with the modern decks where I stack 50 slivers, but it's whatever the latest version of that is. I don't know. I can't anymore. I played so much Magic, and I think I've got my money's worth out of it and my time's worth. There's so many other things I could do with my time. Okay, yeah, got completely derailed. I was trying to do a transverse image of this Earth token thing. Okay. So, ah, this would be the direction it goes. And there'd be 3 off the front. Okay. Yes, you can go 9-9 now. Thank you so much for dropping in and hanging out. It was awesome getting to have you around. Sorry, I'm a little scrambled from trying to do puzzle solving at the same time, so... I hope you have a lovely evening. Get some good rest. And let's see if I can finally print the correct specifications. Good night, Jarvie. And that's with 3 in front. Okay. Hmm. Oh, okay, good. All that's left is the fire key. X-ray and card PC are now deactivated. Morgue still has incinerator key. Elevator control still has a thing. 10mm socket. What else do we have? What else do we have? Let's go check our storage. Restores a medium amount of health instantly. Okay. So if I crawl back down the pipes, I can go grab that healing patch. Ara. All-purpose repair worker replica. Ara. That makes repair spray plus. Okay. Vent room doesn't have anything in it anymore. Hmm.
ain't dealing with that. Elevator control still has a thing. The wall safe for the nurse station. I'm trying to solve this. Unfortunately, let's see here. CSC 909. Nothing matches up for that number either. And I don't think it's a matter of like having to sit here and listen to the radio. There's something I'm missing. This, I'm assuming, is telling me that, like, I have to get off of this floor, so until I do so, we'll check the floor itself. Uh-huh. Okay. Hmm. Based on how linear everything's been so far, I'm assuming, we go into the ICU. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what I'm missing. I do not know. It is certainly bugging me. I'm still waiting. Sorry. Hmm. don't need to stop on any of these ones. It's not the 233 either. Like, we'll check it, but it's not. That's going to be numeric values in burst. 67589, yeah. $177. Already have that one. 143, already have that one. Please, no. Fine, 96. Okay, so from that I managed to catch. ZFZ. What is that last?
890. Yeah, I have 603-818-509-890 and VFV. So rather than continue to slam my head into the wall, I'm gonna look this up. Like we've now burned roughly an hour on me trying to figure this one. I'm like, I'll come back to it. I've done everything else that I can do in this area without coming back to it. I don't know enough German, and I wish that I did. I spoke Dutch before I spoke English. Dutch was my first language, and because my family just stopped speaking it, I don't know it anymore. All right. Signalis, nurse room wall safe. Open with protector key. This in the aula near class 4B. Microfilm. Office wall. Code. Tree. Turn into the frequency associated with tree. Tune into the frequency associated with sword. Sword is 233. So we're going to tune into this. Huh? 67589. Okay, so it's nothing as simple as that. Compare them against the letters that are on the left side of the sword document. Oh. Wait. What? It's a broken cipher on purpose? It's a broken cipher on purpose. You're supposed to... Alright, well, we have the solution. It's simpler than one would expect. So earlier we came across the keypad that had scratched out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. And another set. Hey there, Yell Connors. Yeah, this game this game takes you places without trying to take you anywhere. And all I'm trying to do is open the safe. So the original letters that we had available were A and B, HSR, Z, blank, K, E. And we're supposed to compare the numeric values of these and the scrambled letters, and then look at this keypad and see that these do contain the same letters, or similar. In fact, it carries all the same keys, but rearranged in a completely different order. So it's as if somebody handed you a 10 key, but the numbers were out of order. So let's do the translation now. Verify that we've got the correct... Was it 67589? Okay. So R, Z, S, blank, K. And the blank is going to be A, B, R, S, K, Foxtrot. Missing letters, Foxtrot. Let's give this a try. I think we got it.
RZSFK. I hate how satisfying that was. Somebody's eye? Pick up incinerator room key? I guess so. No space to carry eidetic module. An old photographic memory module allows recording of up to 6 visual memories. Incredibly outdated, but it might still be useful. Equip? Oh. So I wonder if this is used in-game for, like, stealing somebody else's eye information, or if this is more for, like, photographic re-representation broadcast to something else, the way that I use the radio transceiver to broadcast a frequency being transmitted to the moon to open the door to get into this place. Also, that makes me wonder, did Elster crash her own ship and kill the other pilot accidentally in an attempt to find this? Like, what happened? How did we get here? When equipped, it can record up to 6 visual memories as grayscale images. Old memories are automatically overwritten when taking a picture. Weird. Alright. Everyone's turned weird. Yep. Alright, Eula. Feel better soon. Hello. Leave me alone. I'm busy. Save room's up there. Alright. Okay. I wonder what this module is used for, because it's a module, but it's not a it doesn't take up the module slot the way that my headpiece does. I probably need way more space in my inventory than I'm going in here with, but we're gonna give this a try. What would I do with that? We'll hold off. Attention! To prevent damage to device and personnel, always use the correct CO2, gas, and O2 flow settings when initiating the shutdown procedure. Lowering the temperature incorrectly will stress material, may damage the incinerator, and cause deadly injury. This incinerator is equipped with an automatic safety or shutdown if temperatures outside the permitted range are detected. Set CO2, gas, and O2 levels using the 3 rotary dials. Initiate shutdown lever. Observe temperature plotter. In case of incorrect settings, the automatic safeguard will abort shutdown. Adjust rotary dials according to warning lights, and initiate the shutdown lever. If temperature is below the indicated line, a white light will indicate the incinerator chamber can be opened safely. Okay.
What am I getting wrong?
Just brute forcing this now. So it is registering that it does need more gas, not less, and these charts go backwards. Got it. Oh, man. Nope. Oh, please tell me I didn't mess that up by not checking the down and ticks that I put on it. Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. Okay. Doing this on stream. Wow, you can handle a lot. I'm going to write this down before I lose the opportunity to do so. This one is... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Connection point. 2. Diagonal. Forward, down. And then hopefully I don't have to recut any keys. But in the off chance that I do have to, I want to make certain this game can't screw me over. Okay, and that is fire. That is the fire key. We got it. In the incinerator room. So we have 3 signal flares. And they're signal flares. I don't know what they're used for. I want to grab them. So take a nice little walk over here. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, I don't know. Well, that's uneventful. Health is full. I scamper and I yump and I yive. I'm gonna go grab those signal flares.
Proper disposal of corpses. As you probably heard, there have been multiple accounts of bodies of decommissioned protectors spontaneously reactivating and acting in a defective manner. Based on November's autopsy report, it seems that all affected units showed some sort of cancerous growth in the organic components. According to her, unless completely incinerated, this growth may reactivate the replica even after it's been dead for hours. We don't know what causes this, and we're unsure who's affected. We can't keep up with incinerating all the bodies, with just 2 incinerators that constantly need recalibrating, so we are improvising. These thermite flares are able to melt through replica armor and burn the organic components from the inside. I've requisitioned more of them, but there is some paperwork missing, so we'll have to wait just a bit longer. Junie. Terrifying. Let's run to that save point. I legit don't know what the best thing to carry around with me right now is. That's my best idea, is to grab the pistol and hope that I find ammo down there. I don't know. Oh. Alright. We've hit the 5-hour mark. I'm going to go ahead and try and run through this last door that we're on this floor. I think that'll be it for tonight, though, and as soon as we hit the next save point, we'll see about looking to see who we want to raid for the evening. Why was this door locked behind 5 keys? No space to carry repair patch. Pick up handgun ammo. Okay. Save point. That. Camera. Camera. Ah. Very nice. Well, I did just say that it'd be the next save point, but I didn't expect there to be a save point behind this door, so we're gonna go a little bit further. I am curious. Oh, here we go. What? 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 What is that? What the hell am I supposed to do here? No. Oh. Burns hot enough to melt replica armor. Oh. Yeah. System critical. Yeah, I know. What the hell was that? Like, legitimately, what the hell was that? Uh, Big dude. Big dude. Yeah, just like the lead up to that, that was so confusing. Signalis, fire keys, boss. Uh, the first boss. Yeah, that is supposed to be a boss. Okay. Looks like this is a wall that some other players hit. I might need to do a little bit of reading before I can continue this one. We're gonna give it another try. Because I know that I walked into that fight, like, not knowing what the heck I was doing. Yeah. Okay. Photo module. What would I use the photo module for here? Alright. Mina. Mina spilled out on the floor. Why? Oh. Adler. The administrator. A visitor. Welcome to our facility. You've caught us in an unfortunate time. Something has unearthed. How can I help you? I can't read kanji! I'm looking for a gestalt. A worker at our facility? Let me see that picture. Alina Xio. I believe she's one of our factory workers. However... What the hell?! You shouldn't have returned. Man, screw you! It is calling to me from below, the song of a god, a dream about dreaming. There's so much data here. Like, flashes of, you only get to see a little bit of this.
No way. Issa's... I forgot about Issa at this point, just kind of wandering around. I sincerely hope that Issa was the one that was in the bathroom. Like, that was the person.
Did she already go home without me? We wanted to get some books from the library together. I should check if she's still there.
Oh, whoa.
So, it's snowing. It always is. Erica's probably waiting in the library for me.
Issa does not have access to a map. She does not have access to an inventory. I'm trying to see if there's anything on any of these desks that I might miss if I don't go investigating. Am I the only person that saw a bright red pixel appear on this desk?
It's empty. The Eula always wipes before I can get down all of my notes, so I have to copy Erica's. I'm glad we're in the same class, even if it confuses the teachers.
Is Issa organic and Erica not? Are the Gestalts also synthetics? Are they replicants? Are they clones? What is happening here? Yo. Okay. Okay, so you close on your own.
I wanted to go to the library and look for Erica before I go home.
Issa, do you not... Lady, I know you're distressed, but like... What's forbidden? Laughing in the corridor is forbidden? Is this horseplay? Mandelbrot Polytechnic Oberschule. The bibliothèque. Alright. Who's that? Hey, what the? Yo! Hey! Yo. Yeah, is that all you have to say about that? How about the number? Wait a sec. How many Elsters have been thrown down this shaft? Are we not the first attempt from this consciousness? Have we been driving more than one body here repeatedly in an attempt to save her? And not being able to reconcile the data that Alina's gone? What is happening? Okay, blue, red, blue, yellow. It's locked.
Oh no. I'll have to solve that later. Looks like an engine for powering a looping paternoster lift system. Okay. Ah, save room. Good. More thermite. No space for a maintenance key. Wartung for an Aurora unit. Okay. Over here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I'd say that's a solid point to say that. Did some exploration, kind of wondering what's going on with Issa. Still don't know if Issa is technically the consciousness that is driving all these other replicants, but oh, I have questions. I am so intrigued. This has been really interesting. Oof. Let's switch things over here. And who do we want to raid? Who's currently on? Sleepy puppy. Been a long day. Let's see. Looks like DJ Buddy Show is on. Wait, NNK sleeping on stream? Huh? Aww. That is so cute. Thank you, Baconator, and thank you, Dan. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out in the chat tonight. And those that were able to join in and try and help solve some puzzles and listen to weird German radio numbers because doing a fall-a-thon. Okay. Or FBT-a-thon. Full body tracking-a-thon? You have my interest, and I don't understand what's going on. Let's see. I think for now, I'm gonna push this over to DJ Buddy Show. It's been a minute, and yeah, we'll go say hi over there. All right. Till gets enough money for FBT. Ah. Also, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you everybody for joining in tonight. For those that are already has enough for 2 trackers. Hell yeah. Thank you for everyone who's able to join in, and I hope to see you all again soon. We'll be streaming again tomorrow evening about 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so same time as this evening. And yeah, let's go ahead and do a green glow dog raid. And cool. Yeah, I will hope to see you all again soon. Love you all. Thank you, and have a good night. I am exhausted and don't even know how to do my own sign off.